We're in Athens. Hello and welcome to the 5th and last stage of the 20th edition of the Tour of Hellas. Today's stage takes us around the coast surrounding Athens with a circuit finish. My name is Brian Smith and I'll be guiding you through the stage. Just taking a recap of stage 1. Dylan Groenewegen against Aritza, but on the barrier side and the inside it was Muschetti that dived up there and took the victory. So Muschetti from Groenewegen, the Dutch champion, and Gleb Syriza in second. Second stage, it was Luke Plapp with 6 kilometres to go, launched an attack. He was joined by Lopez. In the end, the Australian managed to hold off the Ecuadorian to victory. Stage 3 was cancelled due to the standing water on the road. We had a large thunderstorm that forced the riders into this car wash area. Priority was trying to keep as warm as possible. So you see Lopez, the race leader there. But eventually the stage would be cancelled. And then yesterday, the first pro win for Mayer from the Unibet Titama Rockets team. Carboni there celebrating. He also took the King of the Mountains. So success all round for the Astana team, concreting their dominance in this race in the general classification. But today 155.6 kilometres, and here is what the riders will take on today. Starting in Marathonas, we're heading south. The first sprint of the day. We head inland a little over the first climb of the day. It's only a 4th category climb. Continuing to head south along the coast. In fact, we pretty much head along the coast for the majority of the route. So there will be some spectacular vistas. Heading north, we shoot inland soon and head after this sprint in Vula into Athens itself, into the Syntagma square. We do 4 laps of the circuit before we finish. And such a backdrop it is here in Parliament. So this is what the riders will take on today, pretty much all the way along the coastline. Just up and down all day. 2 small climbs, 2 4th category climbs to contend with. 3 sprints, so some seconds on the road. But this is Marathon. The sun is shining and the youngsters are out to enjoy a spectacle today. There is an amateur race before the professionals hit this circuit, and this indeed is Marathon. As most people know from the history, this is where heavily outnumbered the Athenian army defeated the Persians. You can clearly see Lopez, the Ecuadorian champion, leader of this race by 21 seconds. And you have to say that with 21 seconds advantage, going to be very difficult for him to lose the title of the 20th edition of this year. In the red jerseys, the points, he doesn't hold that, he's sitting second, is Diego Elise. In the white, we have got Thomas Priedel of Elkov, and of course the King of the Mountains is Carboni. As we're heading off on the neutralisation, 7 kilometres. So we'll have 7 kilometres of neutralisation today. So for most of you, Marathon is a common name, whether you've run one or not. Again, the Battle of Marathon in 490 BC, where Athenian army defeated the Persians, and then a Greek officer of the army was sent running from Marathon to Athens to announce the victory. Hence the running race was conceived. And you see at the start, as we head out through the neutralisation zone, there is a blue line signifying the marathon itself. here in marathon, translated into Greek, meaning herb fennel. Abundance of fennel in this area. So 105 riders left in this final stage of the Tour of Hellas. I've just had a recap. 3 teams having won a stage here. A good first pro victory for Adrian Mayer yesterday. Can anybody else battle with the top sprinters? If you think back to the first stage, where we had Muschetti, Groenewegen and Syriza, very difficult to see past those 3. Can the Dutch champion eventually get his victory? Well, he was beaten, a slight mistake on stage 1, didn't get to sprint to stage 3. Will he take victory here in Athens? Here's our best young rider. He's over 3 minutes advantage in that. I think for me, just has to finish. This is Thomas Prido from Elkov, the Czechia champion. He's ridden well in this race. So no rain capes. No rain today predicted. We've got southwesterly winds between kind of 10 and 12 kilometres an hour. And there we have Diego Alesi in that red jersey. He sits second in that competition. The points competition is being led by our overall leader and his teammates, Harold Lopez. And the only person, I think, of the sprinters that can take that jersey from Lopez and the team of XDS Astana would be Muschetti. Because Dylan Groenewegen has 14 points in that competition. And a win today of 15 points would give him 29. It should be equal to Lopez, but not better. So barring any major incident, it does look as if Harold Lopez, who came here as one of the favourites with 21 seconds advantage, will take this year's edition. This man here in the white Young Riders jersey, under 23, Thomas Prido. He's over 3 minutes of an advantage, so does look good. But Alesi, faithful teammate, you just had to feel yesterday he was the fastest rider in the group at a 35, and the work that he'd done for Lopez already. There's a couple of bits in the run-in towards the finish that he had to have Lopez come round and close the gap for him. It's last year's winner, Ricardo Zoido. Well, he's up there in 8th place in the general classification. He knew way back in Patras at the team presentation, it was always going to be very difficult to win this year after winning last year with a stronger field. Race director all trendy today. Baseball cap up, cap on backwards. So 105 riders on the start line. I've only lost 15 riders. I lost quite a few riders yesterday, in fact. Very difficult stage. The last group finishing about 27 minutes after the win from the French rider. But they managed to get inside the time limits. So this is a last opportunity for many of these riders to get anything from this race. The King of the Mountains, well, that's not sewn up at the moment, but you have to say that Carboni, you can see him over on the left hand side in a navy blue jersey of the King of the Mountains. The only people that can take that jersey off his shoulders today in the 2 4th category climbs is a race leader Lopez and Lucas Plapp of the Jaco Alula team. And I'm not too sure those riders will be trying to get in the breakaway. So looking good for the Unibet Titama Rockets team. Have come here and ridden well. Stage 1, King of the Mountains. The XDS Astana here team have come here to win this race, and it looks as if they will. Potentially taking that points jersey as well, but that is not a given. Of course, for the best young rider, for the Elkov team, Elkov Casper team, you always try and come here with a plan. And young Thomas Prideaux is going to finish in 11th place. But more importantly, the best under 23 rider in this race. You just see that blue line that I was talking about. That blue line signifies 26.2 miles from Marathon all the way into Athens. And that was painted 20 years ago for the 2004 Summer Olympics here in Athens. Yesterday we finished in the Olympic Village. So that blue paint has lasted a long time. Glebsarica there in the middle. Well, they had a good race so far, XDS Astana. What can Glebsarica do? He was close in stage 1. I think definitely going to try and help him today. I think more importantly, make sure that Lopez doesn't have any mishaps. The race organisation have decided that the GC will be taken at 5 kilometres from the finish instead of the normal 3. Just taking a little bit of precaution. Some of the riders from the Bike Aid team just on the right hand side there, well, they've come here. And they've come here with a superstar. What a ride it was yesterday from Anton Schiffer. I only have 4 riders left in the race, including second in the general classification. Just a little bit about Schiffer. Well, he holds a Masters in Sports Science. He has a performance practice where he tests people on riders and then does bike riding on the side. So he's done rather well in this race. Formerly a triathlete. He was super strong in that final second climb yesterday. And now finds himself in second place. King of the Mountains, of course, in this race last year, 2024. Finished in 25th place. But to get on the podium here, I think he'll be more than happy with that. So the Bike Aid team will be making sure that they'll look after that situation. We also had Vincent Dorn try to take the King of the Mountains, but obviously lost those points due to the cancellation of that stage. That was stage 3. So far we've had some good racing here in the Tour of Hellas. I think today will be equally as good, but we are expecting a bunch finish here at the end. Never a given in bike racing, but I think the team of J.K. Lula will be wanting another stage win. Definitely Dylan Groenewegen, the Dutch champion, will be wanting to win. A little bit disappointed after stage 1. Disappointed not being able to sprint in stage 3 with the cancellation of the stage, but this is his big opportunity, and it's a big opportunity at that, into the capital of Greece. Finishing in Syntagma Square, Constitution Square, venue of the Greek Parliament, and we will do 4 laps come the finish, 6.5 kilometers in length. You can see the purple jerseys on the right hand side. I think they're just waiting to make sure that they control this breakaway when the attack starts. So far in this race, in the first stage we had 7 riders in the breakaway. We then had 9 riders in stage 2. Cancellation of stage 4, where we only had stage 3, sorry, we only had 3 riders. In stage 4, well, 1 rider, Carboni, and then 10 riders joined them, so we had 11. So kilometre 0 now. And the race director waits for the start of the final stage of the 20th edition of the Tour of Hellas. And it's the X-Speed team, the Canadian team, at the first to attack. Very tentative. Unibet also up there looking. Radcliffe, former King of the Mountains. Well, he's been very aggressive in this race. But the Eprinox team, Hungarian team, deciding to try their chances. And of course, we haven't really kind of talked too much about some of these teams in this race. But as always, in the final stage, no tomorrow. Everything you've got, trying to kind of make a name for yourself, trying to show the jersey. But for the moment, it's not a gift. Sometimes when we start stage races, it's the first attack and the race is then shut down. But not today. So race leader Harold Lopez right up there towards the front with his teammates. So taking no chances at all. Not a huge peloton, 105 riders, but there are always dangers ahead. So Lopez, his job today is just to make sure that he stays out of trouble. And that's why his team have just started to ride on the front now. On the right hand side, Mark Stewart. Well, he was sitting in the top 10 before yesterday, lost a little bit of time like everybody else, slipped down the general classification. He has, however, finished on the podium in this race in the past. Parkhouse Valkenburg now decide to try their chances. So they have been aggressive in attacking in the past few stages. A little bit of trouble for the Monzon team, as we see Malinen just dropping his chain. Finnish rider. Malinen 91st place, over 40 minutes in the general classification. A lot to lose in 3 previous stages, but as I said yesterday, a lot of riders losing over 27 minutes. But XTS Astana looks as if they just want to control things from the start. I did think that Jaco Alula and definitely Q36.5 predicting a sprint stage, so I would think that they would be looking at trying to control things. But it is in fact the young rider that crashed up the climb to Aranchova, just in a small descent. Pierre-Henry Basset is riding at the front. You can just see a small bandage on his leg. He was riding at the front, went into a corner in the wet and just slipped out. So the speed is on. This rider here just trying to struggle a little bit. Mannanen, Finnish rider, he's not on yet. Just dropped his chain and will have to get himself back into the peloton. But it's a strong pace already from the team leaders team of XTS Astana. Still quite a struggle here for Sampo Malinen, but as the peloton eases, he's made it back into the peloton. So the team tactic of XTS Astana is clear. They just want to ride on the front. They do not want to get involved with the attacking. They don't want any dangerous riders putting the team under pressure. So on a predicted sprint stage, XTS Astana are just showing the power, telling the whole peloton that they're here, and that if anyone wants to try and take that leader's jersey, which is always going to be difficult in a flattish stage, that they've got the power to ride on the front and ride anything back. And of course they've got Gleb Syriza, and they would dearly love to win the stage as well. So they're not hanging around at all. So the young Frenchman here, Pierre-Henry Basset, and it looks as if just behind you've got Alessio Delavidov, and they were the two riders that rode super well at an Aranchova stage. Delavidov pretty much rode single-handedly all day to control the breakaway of 9 riders. Lopez just sitting in 3rd place, but not easy at all at the back. And at the back you can see Ewood de Keyser, who's a rider that was in the breakaway, looked strong in the first stage, sitting 35th at 19 minutes and 15 seconds. So Astana definitely not messing around today. So you get 4 of the team towards the front, just unless you can see Gleb Syriza just moving up a little bit now with the red jersey of Diego Lisi. So I think soon we'll see the whole team of XTS Astana at the front. I did think it would be very active, but XTS Astana have decided They do not want that. They don't want to risk anything at all. They want to control this race from the start. So instead of allowing the attacks to happen and then control the riders and the numbers who were going in front, they've decided to take this race on from the start. So the Ecuadorian just in the leader's jersey there, the light blue or the cyan jersey. So 3 kilometers to the first sprint of the day. And yesterday Lopez taking the intermediate sprint to take another 3 seconds to help him towards this title. Is this XDS Astana riding to help Diego Elise to move into a podium place here? We know that XDS Astana have ridden well this year to gain as many points as possible. So I do believe that this is what their goal is, and this is why they're riding so hard. This first sprint coming up. Just watch out for the red jersey. Out by Gleb Zaritza. And if I was Adrian Mayer, I'd be a little bit worried. So I think Unibet Titama Rockets will need to make sure that Adrian Mayer, the French rider, scores points, and more importantly seconds, because Diego Elise is only 2 seconds behind him in the general classification. So it's a clear plan for XDS Astana, and Carboni now, the King of the Mountains, coming up to the front. So I think this is the reason why XDS Astana have decided to make sure that the sprint seconds are up for grabs. Even Harold Lopez is getting involved now. And Titama Rockets team definitely involved here. So this is going to be for Mayer. Not notably a sprinter, he had enough left yesterday, but Zeb Kiffin was the rider there, the tall rider from Unibet team. But it's now XDS Astana, just watching the red jersey, and Unibet have to be astute to this. If Elise wins the bonus here and Mayer doesn't take any seconds, then they could be losing out their podium position. Starting to open up now. You can see Gleb Zaritza is starting to lead out Elise. Elise is going to come off the wheel, but where is Mayer? He really has to score here. And Elise, it looks as if he's going to take second. They're trying to get Mayer rounds, and it is Mayer taking the 1 second there. So in that first sprint, Elise taking 3 seconds, Zeb Zaritza taking 2, and it looked as if Mayer, the Frenchman, trying to go with them. So it was all action there, and by the looks of things, Elise possibly has moved up into 3rd position in the general classification here. We just have to wait for confirmation, but that's why XDS Astana weren't messing around looking at that first sprint, and Elise taking the 3 seconds. They're equal on time on the general classification because Adrian Mayer took the 1 second there, but it will go and count back. And the fact that stage positions, the fact that Elise is wearing that points jersey, sitting second in that. In fact, the 3 points that he gained there, he will leapfrog his teammate Harold Lopez and take that jersey by rights. Just seeing it here. Mayer just taking 3rd place there. So Elise from Syriza and Mayer.
Alex, hit it.
You see the reaction afterwards. All smiles. I'll wait to pick the bones out of that. It will go down to placings on the previous stages, but having that points jersey on his back, Elise, I think would have the better stage placings. So Elise in the stages, 53rd in the first stage, 5th in the second stage, 2nd yesterday. Still action at the front. And Adrian Mayer, well, he was 56, 6th in the second stage and 1st yesterday. So that will give him an aggregate total of 63 to Elise's 60. So it still could come down to where they finish today at the finish. Now that they're locked equal in time. And this is, by the looks of things, Solution Tech, Vini Fantini, with one of their Panama riders, Samudio, on the attack here. So we'll have to wait for the final count back on the stage finishes at the end of the day. Whether XDS Astana are going to have 1st and 3rd, or whether Unibet's Titamar Rockets are going to finish on the podium. So Samudio attacked there, now sliding back. Now it's Maszowski, the team from Poland in the red. So what I can confirm is not only did Elise move up to equal 3rd for the moment anyway, he's taken the lead in the points classification, and none of the sprinters, likes of Groenewegen and of course the man from Q36.5, Moschetti, cannot beat him with the 15 points on offer at the end. He's got plenty of attacks after that sprint, so it was all action for the sprints. Now it's all action afterwards. So in the red there, Maszowski, and we've got 7 riders now. By the looks of things, the Peloton shutting down. Saw that Radcliffe, the Brits, for the X-Speed team, also in this group of 7. He has been very active in this race. Another rider decides that he wants to try and infiltrate the breakaway, but for the moment anyway, the Peloton looked as if they were happy with the situation. 2 riders in here from the Parketel Valkenburg team in the green. Again, we wind their way along the coast. We will start to turn inland soon. This is another rider from the Parkhouse Valkenburg team. Could they have 3 riders up here? A rider in there also from the Victoria Sports Cycling team just at the back. Here's our defending champion. Well, he's going to finish in a creditable 8th this time round. Rode well yesterday, but this peloton a little bit stronger than it was last year. So Radcliffe is pushing hard at the front here. Unibet do have a rider in here by the looks of things, but they don't have a great advantage. Still action here, and it's the team of Jaco Alula have decided to shut things down. So too big a breakaway. Solution Tech Vinnie Fantini have Mark Stewart, the Scot, in here. So pressure really on here. 7 riders and the 2 sprinters teams sending a rider across. Is this Lucas Miesgits coming across here for Jaco Alula? He's got with him a rider from Q36.5. It's Harm van Hoeke. So just when we thought the breakaway may start to form, a couple of other riders have managed to get there. So it's still all action for the moment. I'm not too sure this is going to be the break of the day. It's too large. And the 2 main sprinters teams of Jaco Alula and Q36.5 are involved. So it did get too large. And now Parkhouse Valkenburg team pushed on with Radcliffe for company. And just look as if just in the rear there it is all coming back together. So we have 2 riders with a very slender advantage. Mashowski trying to come across here. So it is all action. I thought we'd see this action right from the start, but one XDS Astana took control of the peloton. That was for one thing, and that was for the first sprint of the day. So Mark Stewart trying to come across here from Solution Tech Vinnie Fantini. So we're now starting to see it's not easy to get in the breakaway. With a high tempo from the start from XDS Astana. After the sprint, there's a lot of attacking. The peloton look as if they've shut down at the front. I think one of the riders there from Greece trying to get past. As always, when you're at the front and you're happy with the situation, you try and block the road in front, not allow anybody else to get in the breakaway. By the looks of things, the GC teams and the sprinter teams may be happy with the situation, just 4 riders in front. So the peloton has switched off. But if they switched off for good, will we continue to see some attacks? So the first stage we had 7 riders in the breakaway, including this man here on the left in the dark blue. There was one King of the Mountains and he took that jersey. He's tried ever since to get some more points in the King of the Mountains, hasn't managed to do it, but he has ridden rather aggressively in this race, the 21-year-old from Leeds in the UK, riding for the Canadian team. So Radcliffe He's got one of the riders here from Parkhouse, Hotel Valkenburg, Mazowski in the reds, Mark Stewart in the Solution Tech Vini Fantini team. So again, no reaction from the Peloton. So it looks as if our breakaway is formed now. So news for Carboni in the King of the Mountains. There's nobody up here. We can take that jersey off his back with the 2 climbs that we've got. 3, 2 and 1 points at the top of each one of them. I know that Radcliffe has got some points in that competition. But Radcliffe only has 5 points, and even if he took maximum points, it doesn't give him 11 to Carboni's 31. So we have got Maxime Duba. He's the big rider from Parkhouse Valkenburg team. Majowski rider is Philip Helta. So you see on the screen 4 riders now. Again, Parkhouse Valkenburg team, they have been strong in this race, but back in the peloton, and it has switched off. What we know about Radcliffe and Stewart: Maxime Duba, 20-year-old Dutch rider. A few decent results. But no win as yet. Majowski, rider of Helta. It's an old Polish team, 27-year-old. He only joined this team in February. So it looks as if he's new to cycling. As you see the sweat on Mark Stewart's neck. So a fast start. The temperatures are higher than they have been. This is the man here, number 1. Dylan Groenewegen is our champion. Just sitting at the back as he normally does. He's got arm warmers on today. He would dearly love to win this final stage and cap off, I would say, a good week, but up and down for the Jake Balula team. Luke Platt taking stage 2. He's second in the general classification going into yesterday. There he is there. And it was a bit of a disaster for them. But a good team will always bounce back, and they do have a big opportunity with Dylan Groenewegen today. So the stage is set for the final stage here in the Tour of Hellas, the 20th edition. 4 riders in the breakaway, none of them a danger in the general classification. Mark Stewart, the Scot, for Solution Tech Vini Fantini, the best placed of the riders in front in 10 minutes and 55 seconds. Philip Helta of the Mazowski team, he sits at 34 minutes. Maxime Duba for Parkhouse Valkenburg, 41 minutes, and George Radcliffe, 44 minutes. Zed Kiffin here on the left hand side for the Unibet's Titama Rockets team, stopping for a natural break, and others will follow. Normally what happens when riders start to stop, you tend to stop en masse. So these riders will know it wasn't just the one effort these guys had to make. They made 2 or 3 efforts and eventually got themselves in this breakaway. Of course, when Jaco Alula and Q36.5 joined them, it was never going to go anywhere. A lot of chitter chatter in the peloton now. All the riders enjoying this sunny stage. This stage not entirely flat, very undulating as we follow the coast, but we're starting to head inland. Diego Alesi winning that first sprint means he puts himself in a good position to try and get on the podium and also win the points competition in this race. So once the information comes up to these riders, a smile from Mark Stewart. Once the riders know that they've got a decent enough advantage, they will settle down into the day ahead. But just as I say that, you've got Jaco Alula and Q36.5 taking control at the front of the peloton. So Jaco Alula and Q36, as expected, have taken control of the peloton. So points jersey, well, he started the day 1 second behind his teammate Diego Alesi, a 35-year-old Italian. 3 points now, and he's now leader of that competition. Of course, we are expecting the breakaway to take some of the points down the road. We have 2 sprints on the way, and the majority of the points been taken by the sprinters come the end. Diego Alesi has really put himself in prime position to take that points jersey. We'll have to wait and see who the final podium is on count back. Very little between both Adrian Mayer and Diego Alesi, so it will be down to stage placings, you feel, come the end of today's stage. Radcliffe just flicks the elbow. That's a sign that he's just swinging to the side. Next rider comes through. As we've seen in other stages where the breakaway has been a little bit larger than this. 7 in stage 1, 9 in stage 2. We had 11 yesterday. They'll ride in a chain motion. but when you get only 4 riders, you have to do a little bit longer in the front, a bit more of a 4-up team time trial, so you do a little bit longer in the front, 400-500 metres, swing over, allow the next rider to come. Of course you do longer in the front, of course you get longer on the wheel. And the other way of riding, when you've got 7 or 9, it's shorter on the front, and you get to the front quicker when you've got that chain reaction. So a few teams have missed out in this breakaway that I would have thought that maybe would have been interested. A few teams in this race that we haven't really seen too much. I was talking about the ERTFLIX, the Hungarian cycling team. Well, they've tried a couple of times. We've seen ones on in the white a little bit. I think Vorarlberg had a good day. 2 riders just at the back here in the yellow. They had a good day yesterday with 2 riders. Teams I was expecting, especially the Greek national team here, they've still got a full complement of 6 riders. Cyprus with 4. So they may have wanted to try and get themselves in the breakaway. Would have been a good stage for them. Elkov Kasper team from Czechia, they've been quite quiet in this race. Of course, Novo Nordisk, a team of type 1 diabetics, all of them. They've got 4 riders left in this race. So by the looks of things at the front of the peloton, Q36.5 Chico Lula, I've got the company of XDS Astana. So Mark Stewart now 29. Comes from Dundee in Scotland. Silver medalist from Paris in the Olympic Games. He's got 1 major victory in his career on the road. He's got some good results on the track, of course. We get Helter, a Polish rider, at 27. So it won't be long until we have the Kerity climb. I've actually gone through Marco Polo already. That was back in 2004, the equestrian and shooting venues were. In fact, just before we get to this sprint, Artemida was where the first sprint was. It was named after the goddess Artemis, a goddess of the hunt, wilderness, wild animals, vegetation and nature. Well, in fact, some riders were on the hunt and they were for the bonus seconds. Of course, Diego Alesi taking those bonus seconds to his advantage. So 3 teams now. We didn't see this earlier in the race in the sprint stages. XTS Astana riding, but they do have Gleb Syriza. They would dearly love to help win the stage today, the final stage. Mark Stewart on the fronts, Helton second in the reds, Radcliffe in third, tall figure of Duba for Park Hotel Valkenburg. As we are heading inland, well, we are inland, heading to the first, fourth category. Some of the team cars heading up to service the riders. And here is the Unibet Syntagma Rockets team. They really have done well. I found out a little bit of information on them, that Rockets, where that name comes from, one of their very experienced sports directors said they're riding like rockets. I think in the Netherlands they have iced lolly or something like that, looks like a rocket, and the way that the colours of the team looks. So they decided to use that name in the title, so that they could ride like rockets, and they did yesterday with Adrien Mayer. Good win, King of the Mountains with Carbone. So it's been a really good race for them so far. Good bottle taken by the 20-year-old Dutch rider there, Parkhouse. So it was so nice to see when the riders there from the Filipino team won 5-2. And that's the team Victoria Sports. Again, another team that's been quite quiet in this race. They lost one of their riders, Francisco. Of course, they've got Marcelo Felipe, our national champion, still left in the race. We saw Sessler in the breakaway. That was the day the stage was cancelled. So XDS Astana came here to try and win this race. It looks as if they are not only winning it, plus they're coming away with 2 of the main jerseys. The red points jersey and the race leads. Of course, they would dearly love to cap it all off with a stage win. This man was second yesterday. Lopez was second at Aranchova to Luke Plapp. Gleb Syriza was third. This man here in the sprint in the first stage. So they've been knocking at the door for the stage win. You can see Dutch champion Dylan Groenewegen totally up for this one. Aero helmet on. He means business today. He will not want to make any mistake. Did look good in the first stage, but just opened the door for Moschetti to come through, and he was given no second thought. So 3 minutes of an advantage for the 4 riders in front. As the riders at the front just do their work, trying to pave the way for a sprint come the end. Just trying to listen to Radcliffe. I think he's talking about the points. I think Radcliffe asking about taking the points. If he does, he'll have 8 points, but if he takes the next one as well, the maximum he could get is 11 points, which would put him 7th place in the King of the Mountains. Average speed so far with a very active start, 45 kilometres an hour. So a nice sunny day for the final stage of the Tour of Hellas 2025. I think it was very similar to last year. And of course there is a little bit of inclement weather. We've had a fair share of rain in this race, cancelling one of the stages. But all in all, it's been good racing. This is why a couple of the World Tour teams have come here. And Q36.5. Q36.5 just faded a little bit. Yesterday they had 3 riders in the group of 11 come the end. So we're on the climb of Kerati, category 4 climb, 3, 2 and 1 points. I think it would be fitting for Radcliffe to, he won the first King of the Mountains in the first stage, the only one on that stage. To bookend a King of the Mountains in this race. He's ridden well, a 21-year-old from Leeds, back in the UK. Just unfortunately on the cancel stage. I think by that time, if you'd have counted the points he had, I think he had, what, 15 points at the time of the cancellation. Still don't think he would have been able to take that King of the Mountains, even if he does take these points at the top of this climb and the next one. But he was asking the question to everybody, and there's a gentleman's agreement here just around Radcliffe, just to take maximum points here, just to keep it really steady. You have to be in these situations that, you know, there's an opportunity that you can go all the way to the finish. So over the top, the roll over with Radcliffe, Stewart, and by the looks of things, Juba. So George Radcliffe taking the Carity King of the Mountains, the fourth category climb. You can see just the agreement the riders have got, so there's nothing to gain for all the others. So rather than sprinting against each other for no reason at all, just have that agreement between them, because this is what they have to do. They have to save their energy and work together. Sometimes strange when you're trying to explain things that every team are rivals. You go through a situation where you have to kind of battle to get yourself in the breakaway. But once you're in the breakaway, majority of the breaks, then you become like teammates, helping each other, making sure that you have a chance, a small chance it is, but you've got a chance of trying to go all the way to the finish. So you start to combine as a team. Of course, it doesn't always happen. Some races, other teams and other riders have ulterior motives, but in this case they battle it out against each other. They get themselves in the break, and then they help each other, and then come the end, when if they do manage to stay away, they race against each other, become rivals again, and try and win the stage. So it's rivals to teammates to rivals again. But for the moment, they are riding as one and doing their fair share of riding at the front. Although it is the last stage, still very important to keep hydrated and keep taking in the carbohydrates. Of course, no stage tomorrow, but very important, and Radcliffe likes it. He's happy with his nutrition. Sometimes in a 3-week Grand Tour, I get a little bit sick of the same products all the time. Very important to try and kind of mix it up a little bit, and that a lot of the time is down to the race staff. And of course, in Grand Tours, very important to use other foods away from nutritional bars and gels, the concentrated carbohydrates, because that sometimes can have an effect on your stomach. So the Peloton just going over the top of the climb, 3 minutes and 10 behind the breakaway of 4 riders. Yeah, nutrition has changed. These riders taking in up to 150 grams. It used to be your body weight. I think majority of these riders round about the 70 kilo mark. Maybe the rider at the front there looks a little bit bigger. A Dutch rider. But taking on every hour your body weight in carbohydrates, but now that has increased. A lot of the Grand Tours, they're using sandwiches with, or small rolls, or rice cakes and various other things. As I was saying just before, important for the race staff just to kind of mix it up a little bit. often you'll see in feed stations and Grand Tours, the riders comparing what they've got, sometimes swapping. Done that in the past myself. Just a mixture of tastes, and of course most of the things that the riders take have to be easily edible. In other words, you don't want crackers and cheese. So I think this will be the maximum that the Peloton will give these riders, just over 3 minutes. We've seen this in other stages where the breakaway has been given over 5 minutes. But in a flattish stage like today, 4 riders, it's going to be very difficult. This is stage 1 winner, Matteo Moschetti. He really did fly up the inside. Who's given that opportunity, courtesy of Dylan Groenewegen, the Dutch champion. So he will go into this stage with confidence, but also possibly a little bit more relaxed that he has got that stage win already. And of course, nobody wants to let your team down. While these riders are riding at the front, puts a little bit of pressure on the sprinter to deliver. Often we hear the interview afterwards that they didn't want to let the team down, and thanking the team for all the hard work. And of course we hear this from everybody that wins races, so that is in the back of your mind when you see that your team are riding. I think the fact that XDS Astana are riding, just putting that little bit of pressure on Gleb Syriza. You see where we are, possibly about a quarter of the way through the stage. But we are slightly heading down towards the coast again. And heading south. But in the main, some nice roads, just the riders are not. I was just talking about the riders that, the rivals at the start of the day, and then you get yourself in the breakaway, become friends and almost teammates, and then rivals again come the end. It's the same can be said about the riders that are riding at the front of the peloton, and often in teams you'll get riders that do this day in, day out. Of course we know that Tim de Klerk, the tractor, he trains to do this. Before that with Julian Vermont. You can just see there that they're communicating with each other. I can remember doing this for the first time, and I was getting help and advice from other team members outside of my team, and how hard to ride, where to ride. Something that you can learn not only from your own team, but you'll be given a little bit of guidance. So a lot of these riders are young and developing. There's nothing better to gaining that advice from your own teammates and also your rivals, because when you're riding at the front of the peloton, like the riders at the front, you become as one. And the riders that are riding at the front, number 11 there, saw that the other day. He had that little bit of a tumble, the young Frenchman Pierre-Henri Basset. And it's Hamish McKenzie for the Jaco Alula team, and also Walter Calzone. They've done a lot of riding this week. The aforementioned Panama national champion here. Just back at the the doctor's car. Possibly just suffering a little bit. Looks as if maybe just getting some paracetamol or something. Maybe got a bit of a sore head. That is, of course, part and parcel of the efforts that these riders are making. So Marcelo Philippe just back at the doctor's car, and often a doctor's car will be a cabriolet without roof, and the reason being it's a little bit easier to patch up riders on the move and kind of hanging out the window of a normal car. So unfortunately for the doctor's car this week, they've probably had to put the roof on in the rain, but today you can have the roof off, so when the rider, if there is a crash during the stage, can go back to the car, put his hand on the car. It's the only time that a rider can put his hand on any car, and then easier for the doctor without trying to cram through a window to patch up the rider if required. This is, of course, our Greek champion, resplendent in his Greek national champs jersey, Nikiforos of Arvanatu, and he's sitting 38th in general classification at 19 minutes and 41 seconds. So Hamish Mackenzie at the front, as he has been on the sprint stages. Luke Plapp sitting in 4th place. Ricardo Zoido, last year's winner, well, he enjoys riding at the back. Well, he wasn't there yesterday. And as always, towards the front, we get the colour blocking of the teams riding together. And the rider missing from the Unibet Syntagma Rockets team is in fact the navy jersey of their King of the Mountains, Carboni. Looking back at the palmares of the British or the Scot Mark Stewart. 2022 when he finished in 3rd place. Winner that year was Aaron Gates, his teammate at the time for Bolton Equities. Leonard Tugels from Tartalezzo Azer X was in 2nd place, Mark Stewart in 3rd. Confirmation of that King of the Mountains was in fact Radcliffe taking the 3 points, Mark Stewart taking the 1, and Juba, the Dutch rider for Parkhouse, taking the 1 point. One at the back here, Christian's these riders just getting serviced by the neutral service car. We're just about the Christians Bilivosics. Sprinted well in stage 1 with the top 10. So we'll have a look out for the rider in the white jersey from the Monzon team. You can just see the rider from Q36.5 there, Calzone. It's quite a modern thing that they'll flick both elbows just to say they're getting out the saddle. Whiteboards, normally called the blackboards, because in the past it used to be black with chalk. As everybody knows, sometimes in wet conditions, very difficult with a wet blackboard to write on it with chalk. So nowadays it is a whiteboard with a black marker. The information will be the numbers of the riders in front and the gap to the peloton. Of course, all these riders have this radio communication, but it's also to make sure that the relative information is given out. Sometimes in races, the race radios do not work 100%. Of course, there are some races that you're not allowed to have any race radios, but all the riders do have. So the whiteboard there is back up. So that person on the back of that bike will be listening into race radio, and constantly race radio will be taking the time checks. In years gone by, that bike would have to start the stopwatch and take it manually, but now it's all done through radio. And of course we have got GPS these days, which makes it a lot easier to get accurate time gaps. There's yesterday's winner, his first ever pro victory. Don't think you could quite believe it. Adrian Mayer. So he will have fond memories of Greece. I think most will by the end of the stage today. It's been a really nice sunny stage. I was talking to some of the locals to say that the cold weather was coming this week. But today is going to be a really nice sunny day. And I'm situated opposite the Parliament in Syntagma Square. I was quite fortunate to see the guards this morning before the crowds came every Sunday at 11 o'clock, which was 52 minutes ago. They have a ceremony changing the guards, and when I got here very early, because we started at 10:30, most of the stages have been starting at 1 o'clock. So we started 10:30 this morning, so a late finish yesterday, early morning start for the riders. So up breakfast for 7 on site here before 8 o'clock, and I had the almost the place to myself Took a little video of the guards walking. And when I say walking or marching, they've got a very distinct marching style. The military here, or the guards. But since I filmed it, half an hour later, the square was getting busy outside the Parliament as they were waiting for the ceremony. So we've dropped down to the coast now. Lavrio, famous for its silver mines from the past. Many of the silver used for coinage in years gone by. And who will be stealing the silverware at the end of today's stage? It still will be a close. The two main sprinters, for me anyway, Moschetti and Dylan Groenewegen. Can't discount Gleb Syriza, of course. Many others. Timothy Dupont of Tartalezzo Isorex, who was fourth in the first stage. Tommaso Nencini of Solution Tech, 10th in the first stage. Boguslawski for the AT&T Avants, 6th in the first stage for Parketel Valkenburg. One's on, well, I've already mentioned Belevozics. Majowski have got Gregowski. So there's a few decent sprinters, and they'll be taking the risks come in the end. This being the final stage, well, sprinters always take risks, but this is the last chance scenario to walk away with anything from the Tour of Hellas this year. I feel quite privileged. It's been a long few days. It seems that a long time ago we were in Patras for the teams. Of course, we had the ceremony of all the teams down in Patras before the first stage. Then we went from Patras to Agrinio, in the old days tobacco country, again won by Moschetti, Groenewegen and Syriza. This race in its 20th edition, 810.99 kilometres in distance. As you see, your King of the Mountains jersey there, Carboni. So this, I do believe, is in fact Lavrio, what I've just mentioned. So Carboni on the right hand side, the King of the Mountains, just going back for some bottles. I don't think he has to worry now, so the Breakaway is away. They're sweeping up the points in the King of the Mountains, so that jersey will be his come the end. So courtesy of his early escape yesterday, taking both first King of the Mountains, paved the way for that jersey. Lots of gels, bottles. He'll be not taking them for himself, of course. He'll be giving them out to the rest of the team. But his rest of the team are at the front, and he's down the back at the team car. So he'll have to work his way up, put his nose in the wind, and do a little bit of work to get to his team at the front. So just getting back to stage 2. Well, we went from Agrinio along the Gulf of Corinth to their only uphill finish. Went through Delphi to Aranchova. long climb, not overly difficult. Of course, we had Luke Plapp back with about 6 kilometres to go, joined at 1500 metres to go by Harold Lopez, our leader. And those two battled it out for stage honours. And it was Plapp that got the victory. Lopez, oh, he was disappointed. He was 7 seconds the better of Plapp. He went into the leader's jersey. And then we got the cancelled stage from Delphi to Chalkida with the standing water. And then yesterday's stage, the Queen stage, 3,764 metres in altitude gain. We went north and south in the island of Viboya before heading back onto the mainland of Greece and to the Olympic Village, a venue where the athletes in the 2004 Athens Olympia, I said Atlanta, that was the one I was at in '96, but Athens 2004, and we had I'd say maybe a surprise winner. 5 riders came to the line. Alesi was possibly on paper the fastest, but it was Unibet's Tiedemann Rockets team that paved the way for Adrien Mayer, a young French rider, to take his first ever pro victory. And then today's stage, starting in Marathon, the home of the marathon race. But for those historians out there, that was where the Battle of Marathon was fought, 490 BC. So through Lavrail here, we'll continue to head south. We start to head towards Sunio. So we're on the very close to the coast on the left hand sides. So from now until the second sprint of the day, we kind of hug the coast the whole way around. I think that's why Mark Stewart is happy. He's beside the sea. Common thing these days. Cyclists with tattoos. This is Tom Williams, the British rider. So it's still the young Frenchman Pierre-Henri Basset riding at the front. So it was quite a hectic start to the stage. XDS Astana came to the front. They had one thing in mind, the first sprint of the day. They wanted to make sure that they had that points jersey, give Alesi an opportunity to take the 3 seconds as well, because he was sitting 4th in the general classification. So he took those 3 seconds, but Adrien Mayer took the 1. That meant they're totally locked in time, so it'll go down to stage places. And of course they're very tight. There's only 3 points between them if you total them up. So the finish here today in Athens could make the difference whether XDS is stand up. Finished 2 riders on the podium in this year's edition. So as we can see, some nice roads here surrounding Athens. Most holiday makers come to the Greek islands, as do I. I have been to the mainland on one occasion in the past, Thessalonica, but throughout this tour of Hellas I've been looked after rather well by a lot of the team here. They've given me an opportunity to experience mainland Greece and educate me on the history of the country. I wasn't allowed to sit back in the van. It was prime place in the front seat. And what I witnessed is some lovely places to come, especially if you're thinking about coming on a biking holiday. I've got a Scottish friend who looks after holiday makers with his own bike hire business near Lindos in Rhodes. But in the mainland here, plenty of opportunity to come and ride your bike. You can ask Mark Cavendish, he's been here several times in the past as his preparation for Project 35. And of course the summer months do get rather warm, over 40 degrees, but the majority of the time throughout the year, plenty of opportunity to come to mainland Greece to ride your bike. And where we were yesterday, around the Olympic Village and nearby Mount Parnitha, that's a cycling paradise. It's not too far from where we are finishing today, so just north of where we're finishing, around about the Olympic Village, mountain biking, a lot of good roads and road cycling. And of course yesterday we had the 2025 National Greek Championships, the eliminator rounds on mountain bikes. So some good hotels. I've taken some nice pictures. Took a nice picture this morning about 7 o'clock in the morning UK time. That would be 5 o'clock of the sun rising. So you like Greek food like I, sun and the potential to ride your bike in some nice roads, then why not look at Greece as an opportunity, and not just an island, but just to come here onto the mainland. And Greek cycling does produce some good cyclists. Road cycling, not too many, but definitely this race will help, hopefully inspire many others to take up this wonderful sport of ours. So the gap's still hovering just over 3 minutes. Oops, so we're shooting that ever so slightly. we're just getting down, just looking at the tracking of the riders, we're just getting down to Sunil. And in fact, just outside the town, Cape Sunil. And I'm on Cape Sunil. You've got the tempo of Poseidon. As everybody knows, Poseidon was the master of the sea. So we don't actually pass the tempo of Poseidon. So Sunil, the town we're going through at the moment. You down south onto the Cape of Sunil. That's where the tempo of Poseidon is. And we're just looking out to these wonderful sea views. Not that the riders are paying too much attention. So Mark Stewart at the front here. He's got Maxime Dubert, a young. And there we have it. Cape Sunil. This is what I was talking about. That's in fact the tempo of Poseidon. So I'm glad we've seen this. Tranquil waters, beautiful vistas. If you like being by the sea, like that person in his yacht, then this is a perfect place. Been in many parts of the world with coastal routes like this. You just see Mark Stewart just looking to the left there, looking at that catamaran. And we heard from some of the riders after the stage one. They had a little bit of time to kind of look around. So some of the riders will be taking in the scenery. But this road just winds its way around the coast, up and down. And in fact, it wasn't until I went back to some races that I realised that as a bike rider you miss out so much. You get to glimpse at some of the scenery roundabouts, the places you go in the races. And the majority of the time you don't really kind of take it in. And luckily over the last few days I've had the help of a lot of the local, the guys that work the cameras, the local staff that I've been travelling with have allowed me to stop and take some pictures and take in a lot of the scenery that they've got. So these four continue to work hard. Peloton still being led by 3 teams this time in the sprint stage. Just see Calzone looking out. Said Giffen as well. A few of the riders will take the opportunity. And there we have the tempo of Poseidon, as previously mentioned, the master of the sea. How good does that look? (700 BC). It's a long time ago. So there's plenty in this part of the world, not just to ride your bike and enjoy the great foods and the hospitality, but also there's a lot to take in, a few places to visit, a lot of history in this part of the world. So I've been travelling with about 5-6 other local Greek staff members of the race. they had to tell me at times that they're so passionate about when they chat to each other, they're not shouting at each other, they're just passionate about getting a point across. They're friends, really, and it made me laugh quite a lot that every time they talk to each other, it seems as if they're arguing with each other, but they educated me to tell me no, they're just passionate about how they converse with each other, and they really are good friends, which I know they are. And of course I find out that they drink a lot of, well, the guys that I'm with at the moment drinking a lot of iced tea, iced coffee. They have a lot of iced tea in this part of the world, but iced coffee. The drone is up. Look at that. Where would you rather be? Just perfect conditions for the riders. Not too warm. Sun's out. Beautiful coastal road here. I got talking to the person that operates the drone. Doesn't use automatic at all. He's a mountain biker. In fact, he's been up at Fort William for the World Cup. He's a mountain biker, has a passion for cycling, operates this drone, does it just manually the whole time. He had it whizzing around away back in Patras, just above our heads. Made it look so easy. And he's operating this from the back of one of the bikes. Absolutely amazing. And we've seen some wonderful drone shots. It just adds to the coverage. So we'll continue to wind away along the coast, away from Sunil, and the Cape of Sunil and the Temple of Poseidon. I think these riders will have to look back and maybe watch this in replay, maybe to gain a little bit of an education about what they've missed. And throughout this coast, especially when we start going up from here on in on the left hand side, we start to see more and more lovely beaches on the west of this kind of peninsula of the mainland of Greece. So we've already been round the southerlymost point of mainland Greece anyway. Further south, of course, is where the islands are. The gap 3:25 now. These four riders have been riding well. The front there in the green, Maxime Duba from the Parkhouse Valkenburg team, 20-year-old Dutch rider. In the red, Philip Helter, the Majowski team, 27-year-old Pole, that team in completely Polish. George Radcliffe for X-Speeds, 21-year-old Brit, and Mark Stewart, the eldest rider in this group, at 29, from Britain. He is the best placed of the riders at 10:55. We did have Calzone riding at the front of the group for Q36.5, but it looks as if this is Ham van Hooker, a Belgian rider. Ham van Hooker, well, he was on the attack after Calzone yesterday. Didn't manage to bridge up. Struggled a little bit on the descents more than anything. And there we are here. This is this lip up. A bit of a drag on the coast roads. You can see fisheries over on the left hand side. Plenty of them around. We saw a lot of them around the Gulf of Corinth. So when you're beside the sea, as you are a lot of the time in Greece, a lot of fish, a lot of fish dishes. The young Frenchman doing the work for his team. And Basset, and there the fisheries there. A lot of fresh fish consumed in Greece. They have a lovely Mediterranean diet. And you're never too far from the sea, which is always important to a fresh product. Zeb Kiffin, tall figure there, second on the line. They've come here. They've got a stage win. They've got the King of the Mountains. And in fact, let me just look at the team competition to see where they are. They're currently lined second, just over 3 minutes down. Q36.5, I've got that one, courtesy of having 3 riders there yesterday. It's a beautiful coastal road here as we start to head from the southernmost tip of mainland Greece. We start to head up towards Lagonisa. But first we'll go through Saranida. A lot of these coastal towns, very small, not a lot of inhabitants. A few riders taking the excuse to stop for a natural break and take in the scenery. So 3:29 the time gap, 83 kilometres to go to the finish. And the Peloton just passing the fisheries as well now. Gives you an indication of the time gap. I'm just listening to outside. I did mention that we had an amateur race. I believe about 200 riders from all over Greece are riding. Just hearing the bell ringing. They're doing, I think, 6 laps of the finishing circuit. to 6.5 kilometres. Tour of the Hellas does 4 laps. So we saw it yesterday that the mountain bike championships of Greece were using the race podium to their advantage. Likewise today, you're closing down the circuits and able to be able to put on a bike race at this level. UCI 2.1, why not put a race for some of the local riders? You don't often get to race around the streets in the capital city of your country. And that race is in full swing. So no real change. Inside 80 kilometres to go now. 3.5 minutes, which is a decent enough advantage. This is why earlier on it's all about communication and not wasting too much energy, not sprinting for any king of the mountains. And with this southwesterly wind, it will help the riders on the way up the coastline. Team of Monzon towards the back here. So on a Sunday morning here in Greece, this road looks rather quiet, not just because the race is on it. Still with the teams of Chico Alula, Q36.5 and Astana. It's the first time that Astana have ridden in a sprint stage. So we do hug the coastline all the way up as we start to head north. Destination Athens, destination Syntagma Square. So quite a lot of these small towns dotted along this coastline. Some bringing their campers down in the left-hand side, taking advantage of the quiet times before a lot more of the tourists come to this part of the world to enjoy the seaside and the weather. So it's quite quiet at the moment. A couple of the hotels we have been staying in over in Marathon over the last couple of days, very, very quiet, just opening. Or in fact, I think the Marathon Beach Hotel hadn't even opened. Just looking further down the peloton, you just see the kind of colour order of the riders. Well, this rider here, Diego Lisi, doesn't have the colours of his team. He does have the colours of the points jersey. Still riding well, 35-year-old, 8 stages of the Giro d'Italia to his name. He's been a great lieutenant, great captain to help his team. But for the moment anyway, he's been helped by Simone Zanini to move up. So as often when you're moving up a peloton, you don't really want to be moving up yourself. A teammate is there to help, and why not get that benefit? So that smile we saw on Syriza's face there. Is it a day for Syriza? I think he'll give it a good go. So still clipping along here, average speed about 43 kilometres an hour. Hamish McKenzie there at the front for Jaco Alula. And Van Hoke for Q 36.5. And of course Basset for the team of XDS Astana. A few white jerseys towards the back here. In fact, the white jersey is on the shoulders of Thomas Prideaux of the Elkov team. This is the team of Monzon, and of course the Cypriot team. There is a bit of pace about the front of the peloton. You can just see long snaking line behind. So we go through yet another of these small towns. This is in fact, this is Saranida, or very close to Saranida. It seems fairly relaxed in the peloton for many of these riders. Serious business at the front. They want to try and keep as much of an advantage as possible. Lovely shot of the four riders at the front. Charles Radcliffe throughout this whole race just rides a really strong aerodynamic position. And often when we see circuit finishes, the peloton don't really kind of want to leave it too late. I think before we hit the circuits, and we do come across the finishing line, the first time was 26.2 kilometres to go to the finish. So I think they would want to bring this gap down a little bit on this finishing circuit here around Athens. So just going through a green zone here where they'll throw their litter with a team behind to tidy this all up. Of course, the rider's not allowed to throw anything away outside of these green zones, otherwise they get fined. Had a couple yesterday. So you just see that the speed now, average still about 43.2 kilometres an hour. We're very close to halfway through this stage today. In fact, we're over halfway. Still a good speed from the four riders in front, riding a 4-up team time trial. I've ridden one of these myself. In fact, I was a Scottish champion at this discipline, over 100 kilometres. Of course, not myself, with 3 other teammates. So, time through this feed zone, this designated feed zone. It's always easier in the breakaway to get bottles and gels and everything. There's always a danger in the peloton behind. Some of the riders at the front maybe dropping bottles, not managing to collect them. Of course, riders moving to the right and the left. So there's always a danger. But Avanatu looks relaxed. The Greek champion. But these guys are on a mission. So 3:58, that would be precise. Not too sure, it keeps on heading upwards. Stripped it out. Person with the bike. Having a run. So Mark Stewart at the front. Duba, followed by and Radcliffe. That was a case sometimes, as we see, our king of the mountains. Just moving up. He had a good day yesterday. Carboni, a 29-year-old Italian. It's a little bit surprised that we never saw more of him. I think he got caught up in that first crash of this year's race. Came into this race after finishing 7th in Coppa Bartoli. Last year winning the Tour of Japan. So, as I was about to say, getting yourself in a breakaway, you get yourself into a rhythm, and sometimes there are other riders that you prefer to sit behind than others. And we're talking about getting shelter, but also just the rhythm, a smoother rider that's not out the saddle, in the saddle. And sometimes when you get yourself in a breakaway, it's about choosing who you ride behind. The only way to do that is by early on is making that choice, missing a couple of turns and making sure you get on the wheel of that particular rider. I know I did it in the past whenever I got in breakaways. There was certain riders that I preferred to ride behind than others. Just makes it a little bit easier. Of course, you're always looking to where you can save energy throughout the stage. Ducking and diving. But this man here has ducked and dived his way into the lead of this race. Disappointed, Aranchova, not to win the stage. Of course, you put yourself in that position, you always try to win, but I think he'll take the overall victory here. So we've just passed through. That was Saranida. Just heading further up the coast. The next town we're going to come into will be Loganisa, known for the island of lakes. Still just over 3.5 minutes the gap. You can just see over there, that's Lagunisa, the island of lakes. Team gap of Markel, Falkenberg just gone past there. 3 minutes and 36 seconds is a fair gap to go across. So this wind being a southwesterly, that will help them a little bit. It'll be a kind of cross-tail wind in towards the finishing circuits. But as you can see from the vegetation outside, nothing to worry about. No real movements. You can see the sweat marks on Mark Stewart. So working hard. Of course, this doesn't always give an indication of fatigue. It's just his cooling mechanism. Trying to stay as cool as possible. As the riders are sweating today a lot more than possibly some of the other stages. So very important to get the fluids in. In fact, I was training for the Commonwealth Games in Malaysia, back in Glasgow, in a hyperbaric chamber. These riders will, on a stage like today, possibly use about 4,000 calories. Potentially lose about 2.5 kilos of their body weight with fluids. In Grand Tours it's a little bit more. Of course you've got to try and replace that, and I say try because I don't think it's physically possible to stay the same body weight. I tried to go through the tests in the hyperbaric chamber, and they're pretty much forcing me to keep drinking, and physically when you do that you start to feel sick. You cannot take the fluids in, so it's something that you have to deal with. Being a bike rider is limiting the fluid loss, making sure you get plenty of carbohydrates, getting that mixture correct. And of course that's why we have sports scientists to be able to deliver this at this high level. And that's something that I've noted from when I was a pro bike rider, that the development, especially on the nutritional side, and also on the position on a bike, the clothing that you have, every little detail. There's less of that about 30 years ago. So Luke Plapp just in discussion. I think they're in discussion about when they're going to ride. It just looks as if the Calzone from Q36.5 has come up, possibly to kind of help out the chase. Maybe they're realising that this group of four sitting over 3 minutes out front, they have been all day. It nudged up to over 3.5 minutes, 64 kilometres to go. They know that these kilometres are ticked by quite quickly and they run in towards the finishing circuit. They always do when you get into the last day and into the final circuit. Mark Stewart has been riding well, suffered a little bit at the start of yesterday's stage, and this is indeed what Q36 are doing. So instead of one rider, picking 2 riders up here. So a bit of respect to the breakaway is shown by Q36.5. They do not want to make a mistake today. They've got Moschetti. They believe he is the fastest. Groenewegen will think otherwise, of course. And this young rider, okay, might be good in the mountains, but as a motor on this sort of course, when you've got a climber such as the young rider from France riding for XDS Astana, Pierre-Henri Basset, can go up hills very well, and we showed that around Chova before he crashed. But on the flats, doesn't maybe have the big watts of some of the other riders. We know that George Radcliffe can ride well. Duba looks strong, Helter as well. Mark Stewart, well, he's already shown us what he can do. So trouble for one of the riders here. Not too sure, it's a back wheel. Nice and relaxed. He didn't even put it in the small gear. Naughty, naughty. So Gareen Kelly, 18th in the general classification. He was one of the riders that was missed out yesterday. He's ridden well, but didn't give his mechanic any help whatsoever there, because normally you get yourself in these situations, you put it into the biggest gear on your bike, you try and kind of help. You maybe, of course nowadays they've got discs on, so really it needs the mechanic to come out with either the Allen key or the drill that they've got now, but at least put it in the smallest gear. That could have been a lot quicker, and I would think now that possibly almost a minute lost. So normally when you get a rear wheel puncture, you'll put it in the small cog on the back. Shake of the head, but he really didn't help his mechanic there at all. So with the help of another rider from Q36.5, the last 10 minutes the gap to the front has dropped 27 seconds, so they know that they can pull it in quite quickly if they need to, but of course they need to put some more personnel towards the front. This is the man, I think, it's the most motivated, if I can say that. Everybody else is motivated, but he dearly would love to come here in his first ever Tour of Hellas and take a stage win. He did look quick enough in the first stage. Dutch champion, can he win this stage today? Well, he's got the Aero helmet, he's got the help of his team. Overall's out the window, but they do have a stage win, potentially another one today. But you can just see the speed of the peloton now. It's increased a little bit, this gap coming down to 3 minutes. So Q36.5 using 2 riders, so Van Hoeke and Calzone. Of course, this information will be getting up to the 4 riders in front. You cannot panic in these situations, just continue to do what you were doing. So average speeds over the last 2 hours 46, so it's going to be a fast stage today, probably the fastest of this year's race. So they haven't been hanging around. Former King of the Mountain leader in this race is Radcliffe from stage 1. Seen a little bit of the team from Poland, Mazowski, Zabok, and the Breakaway 2 days in a row, but he of course never finished. So it's clear with Calzone coming to the front. Increase the tempo, wants to bring this gap down. As I said some time ago, in circuit races you do not really want to be leaving it all to the circuit, of course. 2:48 inside the last 60 kilometres in a straight-in final. You wouldn't worry too much about it, but in a circuit, come the end in the final stage, you just don't want to leave everything. You want to kind of bring everything back together before you go on to that final circuit. And this is what's happening, that increase in tempo. Of course, Q36.5 do have Moschetti, but they started this race way back in Patras with only 5 riders. But they've done well, and they did have 3 riders in the group of 11 yesterday. Okay, they faded towards the end, but they did have the numbers. And they have won the first stage. Just moving up the peloton, you can see all the teams huddling together. Ground Wicket. Campbell Stewart in front of him. So it's head down for Calzone. Some big pulls from the rider from Q36.5. Paul and Mackenzie saying just settle down, but he wants to bring this gap down, and he has done. 2:37, 58 kilometres to go. See the dark blue of the Czechia team, AT&T Investments, and they've got a national champion in Banachek, Bogolowski. They're in the top 10 in the first stage. Expected to see him come the finish. Ever getting closer to winning this race. Had to feel after yesterday, taking the sprints, the 3-second bonus, the Ecuadorian, and then taking another 4 bonus seconds to with his third place at the end. Harold Martin Lopez Granizo, to give him his full name, leader of the general classification, but 57 kilometers to go. He has got a 21-second buffer on his nearest rival. And you have to say that in the run in towards the finish, barring any major incident, he should be crowning glory by the end of this race. I think job done by XTS Astana. Came here to win the race, looks as if they're going to do that. The icing on the cake would be if Gleb Syriza can beat Groenewegen and Moschetti. Small climb up here into the Dart tunnel. Mackenzie, Van Hoeke, Basset and Calzone are doing the riding still at the front. Another feed station for some of the teams. We just come round this headland and we've got another headland to go round before we hit the last climb of this race, and by hitting this last climb and over the top of it, so we'll go through this next town around the headland again. We'll hit the climb, the last climb of the race, and then we'll start heading inland towards our finishing circuits. So we'll start to get into the little bit more of a built-up area as we head into Syntagma Square in the heart of Athens. Still plenty of gels left for George Radcliffe. He's ridden well in this race. Got his first ever leader's jersey in the first stage with the King of the Mountains jersey. But with only one King of the Mountains to go, Calzone will just have to finish to get himself on that podium. He felt that at the start of today's stage. Only riders that could have taken that off him. we're thinking about the overall. So they're ridden well, and they're still riding well, although they've lost a lot of time over the last 10 kilometres, especially when Q36.5 decided to put Calzone to the pump at the front. 2 minutes now. Or was it long ago? It was over 3 minutes, or 3.5 minutes. This last climb, the top of it will be at 44.5. So within the next kilometre, all the climbs of this race will be dealt with. So full concentration here for Mark Stewart. This team has been around for many, many years. Different sponsors, multiple sponsors at that. You see Mark Stewart there, he did a turn at the front, pulled off, pulled a gel out. He'll get on the wheel and of course try and recover. Radcliffe will do his turn at the front, plenty of gels and food still being thrown about within the teams here. So through this town, out past the headland again. This will be the last headland of the race. Plenty of the locals have come out down to the coastline, and I get to see the spectacle of this race. Getting ever closer to the last 50 kilometres of this year's Tour of Hellas, the 20th edition. The first edition being back in 1968. It's won by a Dane, Gerhard Nielsen. It wasn't held for a good few years after that. It was 1981 it was held, just for a couple of years. And there's a few other years that have been missed out until 2021, but ever since then, in its new incarnation, we've had, this is the 4th edition to UCI 2.1. And this race is definitely going places, been very well organised and received, some good coverage. That's the reason why the teams will come here. Luke Plapp has decided that he's going to help out now. So Luke Plapp started yesterday's stage, second in overall. He's already won a stage. But now team duties to try and bring this breakaway back to help Dylan Groenewegen win the stage. These kilometres are ticking along ever so quickly. Team of Rinklow down the back in the green socks. We've got Ricardo Zoldo, last year's winner. Oh, he'll finish 8th in this race. Don't not only have waves in the sea in this part of the world. So 1:38. So we come up this small drag, and Van Hoek at the front. A couple other people have lost their bikes, forced running. And in fact, when I came here this morning, a lot of people running around. Of course, that famous blue line, the marathon line, passes by the Constitution Square outside the Parliament building. And while we are kind of building up to the last 50 kilometres, not too sure I'll get much time to talk about as we come on to the finishing circuits, but Syntagma Square is named after, Constitution Square, named after the constitution that Otto, the first king of Greece, was obliged to grant after a popular military uprising in 1843. The first ever constitution of Greece. Of course, there is strong connections with Denmark. I named that the first ever winner was from Denmark. But they're not messing about in the peloton. They really have bitten a large chunk out this gap to the race leads. Around 2 minutes in the last 20 kilometres. One of those gentlemen looking at these cyclists thinking, well, that looks a lot easier to ride a bike than run. Maybe I should get myself a bike. So a big effort here from Calzone. You never know who's watching. So the penultimate sprint coming up in 4 kilometres time. Best placed of the riders in this group is in fact Mark Stewart there at 10 minutes and 55 seconds. None of them up there in the points classification. First sprint of the day. Well, we had some excitement, something to go for, but I have to feel that nothing to go for in this one, so I think it will be a roll through. So Luke Plapp on the front, stage winner, stage 2, and Joe. And he did look good. Didn't look so good yesterday. He's back supporting his team. So a busy beach there. Looks like the locals have come out. Sunday by the coast. You can just see the speed of the peloton now, all one line. It meanders round this corner. Again, heading in towards or around the Athens Riviera. That's why it's so busy. A lot of the Greeks coming down to the coast for Sunday lunch. Quite fancy that myself. I saw the fisheries. So 105 riders started today's stage. 120. Oh, they were at a team presentation in Patras some days ago now. Plenty of people down the coast today. As I said, it's a lovely sunny day. Villa sprint, the penultimate sprint coming up in just over 2 kilometres. I very much doubt that we'll see any action like we did in the first sprint of the day with XTS Astana, and of course yesterday's stage winner Adrian Mayer. So again it's Calzone from Plapp this time. I think Hamish McKenzie has dropped back now. He's done a lot of hard work today, and he's done a lot of hard work all week. Probably just given the nod a few kilometres ago to Plapp to do his part of work for the team of Jaco Alula. You can just see starting to head more into the kind of built up area now. Coming in from the south, southwest of Athens. These 4 riders, Mark Stewart, Philip Helter, Maxime Duba and George Ratcliffe, just battling away. And this gap is coming down, 1:22. You always have to try and believe, but with this sort of gap now coming down, sometimes a little bit demoralising, especially when you lose time very, very quickly. Probably needed to be double the size this group if it was going to go to the finish. And I think at the end of the day, in the riders' meetings of various teams, that was never going to happen. We saw a lot of the sprinters teams towards the front, especially early on, just to make sure. And then we saw that group of about 12 riders, including some of the sprinters teams, and they were there just to make sure that that group never went away. And it was a counter-attack from this group that decided the 4 riders. But we're just going to roll through as expected this final sprint. And it's a Duba from Helter and Mark Stewart in that order. So points and seconds up for grabs, and points and seconds not required by any of these riders. Peloton are hot on their heels. This gap is coming down. So it's a case of, as we go through Villa here, that when we go back to the start, very important, the teams that have got a sprinter control things. We saw Q36.5 and Jaco Alula. I think it was Lucas Meesgets, and I think back, just going to cross to a group of about 7 or 8 riders, but their presence just meant that that group was going to go nowhere. Then we had a splinter group of 4, which we have at the moment, and that was just almost the perfect size for them to be allowed to go away. So Van Hooker just rolls over the sprint line there, 1:14 down, 43 to go. Crowds building, and there'll be big crowds. Not a chance to look outside yet, but there'll be big crowds around this circuit here in Athens. A mixture of tourists, school trips, plenty of encouragement to these riders. And these small drags are going to hurt, and they are hurting Maxime Duba. It's just a case of they were having to ride maybe a little bit faster than they wanted to. You know, they haven't held back anything. It's just long drag up now. It's meant that Duba, the 20-year-old, he's riding well. First time he's gotten a breakaway in this race. And that's all you ask. If that was the case in the team meeting, and he's done a good job, but just starting to suffer now is the youngster. It's just a case of being out there all day, hitting a small drag. It's the same for the riders at the front of the peloton now. They'll start to feel this as well. It's never easy. You don't want to slip back into the group. Your job is not over yet, but you have to feel that for Maxime Duba is. So the peloton slowing up ever so slightly now. Just as we rise up this drag out of Vula, we start heading towards this final climb of the race. And the top of it will be coming in just about 10.5 kilometers time. But these guys have been riding quick all day, 43.3. So 4 become 3, unfortunately. As with 43 kilometers to go, Maxime Duba from Park Hotel Valkenburg has dropped. I don't think it's a case of, you know, these riders wanting to lose another rider. As I was saying before, your rivals from the start, you get yourself in the breakaway and then you virtually become teammates, try and help each other, try and stay together. And then if you manage to stay away, then you battle out for the stage win. But that's going to be a tall order today with only just over 1 minute. I think if you asked any of these 3 riders, would they prefer Duba to be there if he could contribute, I think all 3 would say yes. So the jury is out on who's going to win this stage. Just having a look at Pro Cycling Stacks in their game that they play. Dylan Groenewegen against Matteo Moschetti. They seem to be the 2 that most people are picking. Dylan Groenewegen 54.6%. Matteo Moschetti 45.4%. So nothing really in it between both of these top sprinters. Can anybody beat them? On paper, I don't think so, but you never know. Sometimes sprints are a bit of a lottery. So nice camera shot from our friends at NAP. All the way from the flatlands of the Netherlands. So Han van Hoek has done his job, so he's just drifting back now. It's not only been a tough day for the breakaway, having to ride on the front of the peloton. Well, we had Hamish Mackenzie, he's dropped off now. Han van Hoek has dropped off. Bassi has been there. Calzone is there. Luke Plapp is now helping out. But these guys haven't given up. You see all these riders caked in salt as they've tried to keep themselves as cool as possible. Gap now coming under 1 minute. As we see Maxime Duba of the Park Hotel Valkenburg team now caught by the front of the peloton. There's a lot of riders trying to grab bottles all the time. Thirsty work if you're working hard. So Luke Plapp goes to the front, gets himself in a very aerodynamic position, pushes hard. Possibly had a bad day yesterday. I have to say, looked good in the first climb. The second climb, he went missing. And it was unretrievable by the ends. But is coming back from 6th place in the Tour Down Under. It was his first race in Europe. It was in fact his first ever victory in Europe in the second stage of this race. But now he's having to work for his team and work for the Dutch flyer Dylan Groenewegen. Saying all race that Jaco Alula, it's a lot easier to take a musette bag to take a bottle. These bottles are kept in coolers with ice. They tend to be wet, and whether you've got mitts on or you don't have mitts, it can be a little bit trickier to take a bottle from the side of the road than to take a bag. Of course, the bag has 3 bottles. I think any more than that, and the bag strap would snap with the weight. So these bags will have about 3 bottles max. So you grab that very quick, put it around your neck, give the bottles out. It's all done. You see the Jaco Alula rider, he cannot throw it away, he has to throw it to someone. Someone's got a present. So only 1.4 kilometers to the final climb. Carboni leads that competition. And he leads the competition by 4 points from Harold Lopez. And with 3 points at the top of this climb, mathematically cannot be beaten. So perfect scenario for the King of the Mountains, for the team we can see in the light blue and the purple helmets there. That's a Unibet Titama Rockets team. But I think there's a big question over whether they can keep Adrien Mayer on the podium. That would be a perfect situation for them after the stage win yesterday. It's a good day for them. King of the Mountains and the stage win. Up there in 3rd. And they want to keep a hold of that. Although these are long, fast roads in towards town. These long, straight roads will mean that the Peloton will have their prey in sight. So now Hamish Mackenzie, well, he's had a bit of a rest. Look, Plap has given him that rest. He's come back up to the front again. So important, possibly for Jaco Alula, to make sure Luke Plap is there for the final lead-outs. As we all know that Luke Mies gets a Slovenian rider. He's the last rider for Dylan Groenewegen. And you've always got your part to play, a 6-man team. And Luke Plap, possibly the 2nd man standing, so very important. Possibly 3rd man, if you include Hepburn. So they're deciding that to save Hamish Mackenzie a little bit, the gap is coming down to 44. So Plap, he's just going to move back a little bit into the peloton. He's done a little bit of work. This is very manageable, this gap of 42 seconds with 35 to go. So Calzone at the front here. Bassey, McKenzie. There's our points leader. I think he would keep that jersey. Can this person keep the leader's jersey? I think he can. Well, I know he will. He just has to make sure he gets round these finishing circuits. We do have a 5k rule instead of a 3k rule. That means that he's got a couple of more kilometres if anything did happen in the finishing circuit. Then he's got almost a complete circuit to not worry about it. So XDS Astana looks as if they'll be winning this race with their Ecuadorian rider Harold Lopez, but also Diego Elise in the points. Mark Stewart just onto his radio there. I think he's given all he had. Just a thank you to the neutral service. They've been looking after the four-man breakaway. I think Mark Stewart just realising that this group has given their all. And coming up to this climb, it wasn't going to be today. But of course, Helta and Radcliffe, they don't want to give up. They won't give up. We've seen that with Radcliffe before. If you can remember, into Agrinio, he never gave up. With De Keizer, they were attacking each other all the way, almost last man standing, and they're running towards the finish. So it's been a fast day for all. 43.8 average. We're hitting another drag here. It definitely is killing the legs. Radcliffe looks the strongest. Fortunately for Helta, oh, he's been dropped now. So just like in the first stage, where Radcliffe got himself in the breakaway, he's now last man standing. So lefts and rights through town. Good to see Mazowski in the breakaway. Oh! Cameraman down. They don't have a lot of time to get the bike back up. Hope they're okay. So Mark Stewart caught in this drag. Good try, but it wasn't going to be successful. Having a bit of a laugh and a joke with his rivals there. They've made them work hard. So we just take a left here, and then we turn the right. Hopefully this motorbike is up. Camera motorbike. They do a fantastic job. Yeah, it looks as if they're up and back on. So it's Hamish McKenzie leading the way here in front of the peloton for Jaco Alula. Calzone in Q36.5 in second place. Does look as if we've lost our young French rider. Bassett for XDS Astana. As I said before, not been easy for the breakaway, neither it has been for the riders that have ridden pretty much at the front to control things. But it's a job you have to learn. Not an easy job at all. And Pierre-Henry Bassett has have to learn it in this race. You have to start somewhere. So we are left with two still to be caught. I think if we go back to the front, we will see that George Radcliffe will be on his own. fantastic sights here. The Peloton. Just going over the top of the climb now. Can't see where Radcliffe is. This is Philip Helter over the top. So the Majowski rider here. There were two riders still in front, but it looks as if Philip Helter for Majowski is out front on his own. I did think Radcliffe was with him, or had dropped him, but we'll see. But I do believe that Radcliffe went over the top on his own. The Peloton now comes over the top, led by Calzoni of Q36.5. And there we did miss him. This is Radcliffe. So Radcliffe, he distanced the Majowski rider, Helter, on the way up this drag, not hanging around. So the Brits taking maximum points today. So he started the race winning the first King of the Mountains in stage 1, the only one in that stage. He's now taking the last one, so he's bookended it. And he hasn't given up yet. The Peloton are breathing down their neck. Can only be about 30 seconds, but as we've seen from previous stages with Radcliffe, he'll go all in to try and stay away as long as possible. Rider at the back was the rider he was battling with in stage 1, De Keizer. For Tartaletto Iserix. So race situation, we have George Radcliffe on his own. And about 10-15 seconds behind the Polish rider of Philip Helter. And about 30 seconds behind him, we have this Peloton led by Jico Alula and Q36.5. So we start to head further north now into towards the centre of Athens. Then we'll have 4 laps of the 6.5 kilometres finishing circuit. Total elevation we had today, or we will have come the finish, is 1523. You can see some of these small drags starting to hurt, especially the Breakaway and some of the riders that have been riding on the fronts. The Peloton still not hanging around as we come into Greece, into the Syntagma square. Obviously not that far away. Hopefully we'll see the Acropolis and possibly the Plaka. But it's advised that, you know, exploration by bike to the famous landmarks, and I've seen a lot of people running around, is advised. So Radcliffe still hanging on. He's a fighter, isn't he, from Leeds? You can remember the team presentation. He was asking for more from the crowd when he was introduced. Definite entertainer. Never say die attitude. And he rides for the X-Speed team, the Canadian team, multinational team. So it's now choose your sprinter. The two best sprinters in this race have to be Dylan Groenewegen and Matteo Moschetti. And the poll on Pro Cycling Stats giving it slightly to the Dutch champion. For Radcliffe, it's just the motivation, I think, for him just to get to the finishing line before the peloton, bring the race into Athens. Being alone, the adrenaline you get from that isn't that far away, and he'll get that buzz from the crowds over the tram lines. So it's not too far away for Radcliffe now. He is within sight of the finish, inside the last 500 metres. I think that's a huge motivation for him. He keeps looking behind. So his finishing line is to cross the finishing line for the first time in the leads. He's managed to do that. Anything else is a bonus. So the youngster from Leeds, the final curve here, 200 metres to go, and then it's straight to the line. So we enter Constitution Square, Parliament building off to the right hand side. Plenty of encouragement, big crowd here at the finishing line. He's asking for more, like he did at the team presentation. Absolutely loving it. So 4 laps to go, and it's the lads from Yorkshire leading the way in this year's Tour of Hellas final stage here in Athens. Philip Helter, Polish rider from Mazowski, 27-year-old. He's going to just about hang on, crossing in the line. The best young rider has also moved up, Thomas Prideaux, in the white jersey of Elkov Kasper. So good job here from the Bajowski rider. So again, getting plenty of encouragement here. It's the Parliament building to the right hand side. That's where I was there filming the guards, and they're still there protecting the Parliament House. So Helter just about to be caught. I think he'll be thankful. He's really kind of suffered over these last few kilometres. But for the now, the peloton only have one rider in search of. I don't think they'll be too worried about chasing down one rider. This is what you get when you come onto the circuit. You get a few more riders starting to move. Luckily for the riders, they have plenty of room to move. So for the first time today, we're seeing a few more teams making their presence felt. On the left hand side, the green, the Parkhouse Valkenburg team, and there's the Acropolis of Athens, highest point extremity, that's what it was called after. So it includes several ancient buildings, including the Parthenon. That temple was dedicated to Athena, the goddess Athena, associated with wisdom, warfare and handcraft. And you can see that there will be some warfare. One rider down. That's one of the riders, or 2 riders down. It's one of the riders from Bikeaid there. Unfortunately, just sliding out. I think one of the riders, I think it was Vorarlberg, Parkhouse Vorarlberg, just sliding out a little bit in the corner there. You can see they were already down. So it looked like Antoine Berlin. But we go on just talking about warfare. Well, there'll be war come the final lap. We are going to see a battle between the top sprinters of this race, battling it out for final victory. No tomorrow, so no quarter given. But this man here you have to say, has been one of the aggressors of this race. Stage 1, got himself in the breakaway, got himself King of the Mountains jersey, no dissimilar to the jersey he's got on his back. Got himself in stage 3, battled it out with Dawn for the King of the Mountains. That race, that stage was cancelled. Got himself in the breakaway today. So overall, you have to arguably say one of the most aggressors of this year's edition, the 20th edition of the Tour of Hellas. As we can clearly see, this circuit round Athens is not flat at all. It's got its undulations, but the good thing about it is it's got plenty of room. There's plenty of room for movement. So the wind is blowing, you see from the flags there, but the constant nature of this course and the buildings surrounding will give a little bit of shelter to the riders. This is this out and back part of the course. 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds from Leeds. The Zepion. So we can see plenty of archaeology and buildings to be seen around Athens. Absolutely splendid. So is this man here, hanging on to 45 seconds. I did think when he came through the finishing line, he had a decent enough gap. Had something left in the end. But these big wide open roads, he'll be seen the whole time. So as we've seen from the start, time for XDS Astana. And just like we saw in the first part of the stage today, it was all about the sprints, and the fact is the breakaway have been brought back by this rider here, George Radcliffe from XP. Does this mean there are 2 and 1 seconds up for grabs? Does it mean that Ulysses can possibly put this 3rd place in the general classification to bed if he does win this next sprint? And there is the ancient stadium, the main Olympic stadium. And that was where the original Olympic of the Games was born. Quite an amphitheatre, and quite the difference between what we have these days in our modern stadiums. So this is not a case of trying to bring back Radcliffe or thinking about Gleb Syriza for the sprint. And this is to put to bed who finishes 3rd. So it'll be a battle between the light blues, and that's the light blue of XDS Astana and Unibet Titama Rockets. Yesterday's stage winner, Adrian Mayer. Oh, he's started today in 3rd place, but courtesy of the bonus seconds in the first sprint of the day, it does mean that Ulysses was on the same time. So it would come down to who's got the best stage finishes. Until now, the best stage finishes were in favour of Diego Ulysses. But if he can take this 2-second bonus, it would mean that he would concrete 2nd in the general classification. It does look as if he will be our points leader at the end of the stage today. But for the moment, the Brit is hanging out here. So almost 1 lap down. And George Radcliffe will be taking the 3 seconds, the 3 points, but he's not worried about that. He wants to try and stay away, but the action is behind. So what can Mayer do against Elise? Well, I did say in the run-in yesterday, Elise possibly the best sprinter of the two, but after a long day in the saddle, it came down to who had enough left in the legs, and it was in fact Mayer, and he has to come up with something here at the end of, or close to the end of this stage today. So 200 metres to go for Radcliffe, but more importantly, what's happening behind, because they're coming up very, very quickly now. So this is going to be between Elise and Mayer, of who's going to finish, I feel, in third place. Very difficult to see at the top of the picture now, and it's going to be a close one. In fact, Mayer takes that. Is that Mayer? Very difficult to see from here. Lopez goes through. That angle there, I think it was Mayer that got that one there, not unless one of his teammates was thrown up there to take away the second. Very difficult to see from here, but it does look as if that was Mayer, or was it? I think looking back there, Gleb Syriza is asking, do we continue? And I think they are. So XDS Astana have got Gleb Syriza there, they've got Elise, Lopez. Was that in fact Mayer that took that third place? We'll just wait for confirmation. Couldn't really see it from where I was now. So Q36.5 in the front of the peloton. This is quite a display now from XDS Astana. Can't discount George Radcliffe's display today. Hung on where many have drifted away. So this is a slightly tricky run in, and that's why you didn't want to take anything by chance on this circuit. Diego Lacy comes round that corner. I'm just waiting for confirmation. Was that Adrien Mayer that took that second place there away from Elise? If it was the case, then he will finish. He started the day in third place, and he will finish in third place by the end of things. But XDS Astana not hanging around here, decided to go for that sprint. The peloton allowed them to race the sprints, but raced over the top and continuing to do so. You can see George Radcliffe constantly checking the rounds. They're not bringing them back too quickly. It's been mightily impressive from the Brits to hang in here. A lot of pressure on Q36.5 now to bring these riders back. I just feel that Gleb Syriza, well, he was an outsider, finished third in the first stage, but the effort he's putting in now, and to help Elise in these sprints, I think he's going to pay for it come the sprints. But Radcliffe, they're not bringing him back at all. I think eventually he will, but it just goes to show you what legs he's got. It does look as if we're looking back here, that the group are all coming back together. You get a shake of the hand there, and in fact it was Mayer. Shake of the hand there from Elise on Mayer. So I think that was confirmation that Adrien Mayer took the second place there, and he will finish third. So they drew equal in time. So nice bit of sportsmanship there from Diego Elise, just putting his hand out and shaking the hand of Adrien Mayer, who I think really kind of deserved that third spot. So it's a thumbs up for Unibet Titama Rockets team. They're going to come away with a stage win, Mountains jersey, and a third in general classification. This man here will not give up at all. Solution Vini Fantini, right attack there, trying to come across. He's given up a little bit now. But boy, George Radcliffe for X-Speed, he is given absolutely everything. that adrenaline rush coming onto this circuit, going through the first time, he's gone through the second time. Don't think he'll make the third time, but when you look at the riders he was with in the breakaway, originally Mark Stewart, Philip Helter, Maxime Duba, you know, he never attacked them. He just kept on going. He rode them off the wheel. Even in the sprint was coming, they closed the gap a little bit. But looking at Q36.5, they're riding at speed here, and they're not closing it. He's not giving up at all, and it's just testament to the way he rides. I think we'll be seeing a little bit more of George Radcliffe. Bookended this year's race with a win in the first King of the Mountains and a win in the second King of the Mountains, but he's kept us entertained. Possibly got himself in the breakaway. Maybe I thought that they had a chance. The gap went to 3.5 minutes at one stage, was brought back very, very quickly. But even with 10 metres of a difference between himself and the front of the peloton, he just never, ever gives up. We saw that into Agrinio, that he kept on attacking, even with Eus de Kaiser. He never, ever gave up, and I have to say, chapeau to him. Tip of the hat. You know, you've entertained us today and other days, and I think, you know, this young man from Leeds definitely going places. If he keeps up this sort of riding and, you know, trying, never give up kind of attitude, then I think we'll be seeing a little bit more of him. But Q36.5 taking the head of the peloton now. Gleb Syriza is over on the left hand side. He'll have to recover somewhat. Some purple jerseys kind of dotted around. They'll be looking after Dylan Groenewegen come the end. But for the moment anyway, it does look as if the peloton have relaxed a little bit. I don't think we've seen the last of the attacks. I think, as always, you know, we'll see attacks all the way around this circuit. As we get excited, you know, they see the crowds, they want to get involved with the racing. It's all over for George Radcliffe. He resigns to the fact that it's all over, but as expected, it's now the team of Greece on the attack here. Is this Elias now going on the attack? Well, if it is, he'll be absolutely loving it. A look behind from Q36.5. So they've been really quiet over the last few days of racing. Now we're starting to see the Greek team totally boiled by the fact that we're in Athens. They're riding for their national team. You just have to be aware, went into that corner rather hot. But it's nice to see the Greek national jersey at the front of the race today. Giving it a go. And I'm sure that some other teams will want to try and do something likewise. Got his and made the effort. You can't ask much more than that. So the peloton all together now, as we're coming up to see 2 laps to go, as we come across the tram crossings. And it's this drag up to 200 metres to go with this turn slightly left. It's not an easy sprint at all, but it's Q36.5. Oh, they've believed all day that they can win this one with Moschetti. So, looks as if the overall is wrapped up with Lopez. Points jersey. Oh, seems to be staying on the shoulders of Diego Lisi, although that was borrowed at the start of the day. Carboni, oh, he's up near the front, the King of the Mountains, in 4th place there in that navy jersey. Will he be keeping that? The white jersey, oh, that's with Thomas Prideaux of the Elkov team. So we come up with 2 laps to go. It looks as if the jerseys are sorted, but what isn't sorted is the winner of this final stage here in Athens. You just look at that crowd. It's been building all day. When I came here, there was nobody here. Just look at this crowd, filled with enthusiasts, filled with people that are probably seeing bike racing for the first time. There's a lot of tourists in this part of the world, and what I was just saying before as well, we've had an amateur race here. Don't know who won that one, but about 200 participants come from all over Greece to race round this circuit. And this definitely is the crescendo to the 20th edition of this bike race, and long may it continue. And it's great to see that we've got 2 World Tour teams this year for the first time. Jaco Alula and XDS Astana come here with big ambitions of trying to win the race. Can only be one winner. That's going to be the Ecuadorian rider of Harold Lopez. The Greek riders coming to the front now. Well, they've tried to go on the attack. Bugas is there on the right hand side, he's in the middle, and there's nothing better. I've been here myself in my own national tour of the Tour of Britain, being a national champion, and there's nothing better to ride around city centre of Glasgow, everybody knowing who you are and shouting your name, and that's what you want to do. Show the jersey off, be proud to ride for Greece, and that's what they're doing. They're up there mixing it with the Q36.5. Han van Hoeken towards the front here. He's done a lot of riding today. Calzone as well. Short backs. So 3 riders from Q36.5. Jaco Alula sitting back a little bit now. Diego Elise in the red points jersey, and he'll keep that jersey. A look behind, he'll want to be looking after Harold Lopez to make sure he's safe. Remind everybody, 5k rule, so just over 6 kilometres through that point, and anything that happens after that, then he'll be safe. I hope nothing does. Unibet Titama Rockets over on the left hand side. Well, they have had a great race, probably and arguably one of their best. So Elise has gone back. He's getting the troops together as the team captain, looking after Lopez, but also looking at the interests of Gleb Syriza. Bikeaid on the left hand side. Well, they've got second place on the general classification after yesterday's results. And what a result it was for Bikeaid to come here and to finish second and get a rider on the podium. And Anton Schiffer has come here and he dominated the last climb. And I have to say that Harold Lopez was finding it hard to hold the wheel of the young German rider. Seems to be a lull in the action for the moment. It's given the opportunity to a few teams to move up on the right hand side. A few yellow jerseys here over on the right, that's Vorarlberg, but the yellow and the purple, Tartalex Isarex team, and that's got Timothy Dupont in that, 37-year-old sprinter from Belgium, 4th in the first stage, and he could be a feature today. Luke Plapp on the right hand side, just moving up a little bit. He did a little bit of riding. Now we see the Cypriot team. In fact, this is the Cypriot champion. I was expecting this a little bit, followed by Rinko. So this is Meletiadis, the Cypriot champion. I was wondering when it was going to come. We saw Greece, now we're seeing Cyprus now, and he's riding strongly here. The rider from Rinko struggling to get across to him and hold the wheel. It's a strong performance here. That was in fact Verza that couldn't go with him for Rinko. So this is a good effort here from Miltiadis. 36 at 19 minutes and 25 seconds. But wearing that national championship jersey, close to his home. I say close, it's not that far away. I know that a lot of the Cypriots are watching this and willing him on, but unfortunately for him, he's got Jaco Alula on the case. We haven't seen too much of the Cypriot team in this race, so it's great to see the rider here, Andreas Miltiadis, go on the attack and show that national jersey off. It's in that tuck position. Just don't look back. Just concentrate. Trying to stay away here. It's going to be a big ask with 8.7 to go. He's making a name for himself. These riders can sit back and finish in the peloton. Might not be as quick as a lot of the quick sprinters in here, but it's a good effort from Miltiadis to actually go on the attack, and he went just at the right time. As I said, there's a bit of a lull in the action. When that normally happens, it's a good opportunity to go. Just takes a glance back. You'll see that he has got a gap. The thing is, it's hard to get that gap. It's even harder to hold that gap. So he's doing a good job for the moment. He's making us talk about him. Greece are chasing him down. And then we see XDS Astana. So a few riders getting excited. It won't be long until we're up to the finish and we'll hear the bell. Just safely around this corner now. And he has done well. So round that corner safely. And he'll see the finish not that far away now. But we've got this long drag up to 200 metres to go. And Miltiadis has ridden well. He's made them chase. He's put in a bit of an effort. And this drag, he seems to be paying for it a little bit now. But the Cypriot champion, flying the colours of Cyprus as the national champion. And he'll finish this race well, knowing the fact that he's tried his best now. And he's made an effort. He could have rolled around in the peloton and just finished. You can see 500 metres to go now. They're just about on him. He'd dearly love to try and kind of stay away and take the bell. And he's doing a strong performance. They haven't got him back yet. And just like George Ratcliffe not giving up, if he can get round this final corner, 200 metres, there we go. Leading the race into the last lap, the Cypriot champion, Andreas Miltiadis. And they're past him now, so within sight of the finish as we come up. So one lap to go for the peloton. That really is a hard drag up towards the finishing line. The crowd really are going to be entertained. So who's your pick? Is it going to be Groenewegen? Is it going to be Moschetti? Is it going to be someone else? It's a big opportunity here. Gleb Saritsa has been looked after by his team at the front, especially Diego Elise. But Moschetti is up on the race leader's wheel. Wheel is still in Groenewegen. He's a little bit further back. Can't see him for the moment anyway. But Lopez, our race leader, has got behind him Matteo Moschetti. Moschetti winning the first stage. Can he bookend this race with the win here? Just looking a little bit further back. There he is there, sitting in about 25th place there. You see the purple jerseys of Dylan Groenewegen. Not too sure if we've finished with the attacks. We might get something. Carboni's over on the right hand side. AT&T, the Czechia team in the dark blue, coming up on the left hand side. Watch this corner now, and AT&T have got Boguslavski, and he was up there in the top 10 in the first stage. So a lot of these teams have sat back all day, using their manpower now, and they'll want to try and win this stage. So it's not a given. We'll get our top two sprinters battling it out. A few riders will want to kind of mix it in with the best. So AT&T Investments, the Czechia team, a couple of riders up here in the dark blue. Elise over on the right. He's just dropping back a little bit. Want to look after Lopez. Does look as if Timothy Dupont, Tartaletto is also up here towards the front. Dylan Groenewegen and Jaco Alula just sitting back for the moment anyway. It's Q36.5 leading the way. They've got XDS Astana. Just behind them was Gleb Syriza. Also see is that Banacek, the Polish champion, also adding to the firepower. A lot of riders just sitting and waiting for the moment. But this is a strong ride here from Q36.5. They only started with 5 riders, so it's a big effort for all these. They've already had a couple of riders riding at the front, so you feel as if there's just a lot of teams sitting back up this small drag. If there's anybody going to go, it's going to go on this drag, because you feel it's just going to get faster and faster. Novo Nordisk, the dark blue and the green. Also up here, Lopez moving up on the right hand side. He wants to stay out of trouble, or if he gets into any trouble now, he'll be given the same time as the group he was in, which is the Peloton. So, new champion in the waiting, but who is going to win this final stage? Still waiting for Jaco Lula to move up. They're still sitting back, nice and patient. 3.8 to go. How much more has the rider here from Q36.5 got left? This isn't an easy circuit round here in Athens. AT&T still over on the left hand side. Dark blue also of Carboni. You've got the red jerseys of Maszewski, and they have got a sprinter as well. And they want to keep to the fronts. They've got Gragowski on the left hand side. See the red jerseys, easy to pick out. So still no movements from Dylan Groenewegen Jaco Lula team. As we see them for the first time, just over on the left hand side, leaving it a little bit late. You can see the Moschetti, he's on his own. His teammate is off the front of the group now. He's in the middle of this group. Jaco Lula over on the left hand side, still waiting patiently. AT&T on the front. Gleb Syriza sitting in second place, looking around from Carboni there. But AT Investments still propped on the front here. Still a lot of waiting, a lot of looking around. Nobody overly committing for the moment anyway. 2.8 to go. Another corner done. Gleb Syriza in second place, releasing the red jersey there. Looking after Lopez. Looking further back. The purple jerseys. Looking after Dylan Groenewegen. Still a little bit further back. Red jerseys of Majowski. They have got Grajgowski. And they're another rider that finished in the top 10. You've got to remember we've got Avance as well. Haven't seen him yet. He had a good 6th place, but a race leader, being well protected towards the fronts. A little bit of pushing and shoving. Still the AT&T team, still the Polish champion up there towards the fronts. A little bit of movement on the left hand side. 2 kilometres to go. This is a hard finish, and you can come from behind in that final drag up towards the line, and eventually we see Jaco Lula, and they're here in numbers, and now it's Luke Plapp coming up. Hamish McKenzie is in there, and Dylan Groenewegen, you have to say, has been brought up at the perfect time. A little bit of movement there. Dylan Groenewegen has lost a bit of position now. He's lost his lead out man. Elkov had come up at there in second place. Dylan Groenewegen over on the right hand side there. Gleb Syriza is still up there. Moschetti's on the wheel, so Moschetti is following the wheel of Dylan Groenewegen, and this is a dominant display here of power. You've got Luke Plapp here. Elkov is in second place there, but he's got Dylan Groenewegen, 3 teammates in front of him. Banacek is just coming up on the left hand side, the Polish champion. So a lot of purple jerseys here. You just have to watch this final corner. Coming round here, the Polish champion, they get round it. And the acceleration, still 1 kilometre to go. Dylan Groenewegen is the perfect position now. He's got teammates in front of him, but unfortunately for him, he's got Moschetti behind him. I think that's Timothy DuPont is also in there. So as we wind itself up, and it's Jaco Lula that winding it up now. Dylan Groenewegen in 4th place. He's got on his heel. At the back there, you've got Moschetti. I think Gleb Syriza, very difficult to see where he is now. As we turn right, and then swing over the tram lines for the last time. You can get the Dutch champion in 4th place, but Moschetti's on the wheel, so it does look as if it's going to be between the 2 sprinters. He's got 2 riders in front of him. Gleb Syriza is coming up barrier side there. Meeskets is there. Meeskets is leading out Dylan Groenewegen, but he's got Moschetti on the wheel. He's gone long here. What has Moschetti got left? Gleb Syriza is there, so this is the perfect lead out for Dylan Groenewegen. Can he pull this one off? He made a mistake in the first stage, 200 metres to go. They haven't opened up yet. Dylan Groenewegen goes. Moschetti is on the right hand side, so it's going to be a drag race, and it looks as if Moschetti could get this one. And Moschetti does. Moschetti of Q36.5 takes his 2nd victory of this year's Tour of Hellas. 2 from 2 sprints, and Dylan Groenewegen has to settle for 2nd yet again. Well, you have to say that he did it in the first stage. He followed Dylan Groenewegen. He hid the whole day. He hid there, followed the right wheel, and you have to say that Dylan Groenewegen had the perfect lead out, but unfortunately he didn't have the perfect legs. And Dylan Groenewegen, 2nd for the 2nd time in this race, was beaten by the faster man on the day by half a bike length. So Moschetti, he bookends this race, wins the 1st stage, wins the 5th stage. Unfortunately not enough points for the points competition. But he is the fastest man in this year's Tour of Hellas. Good job done today from Q36.5. As we look to the Parliament building on the right hand side there. This is our race winner, Ecuadorian from Q36.5, Harold Lopez. So good job done from the team from Kazakhstan. Diego Lisi, well, he'll have to settle for 4th. He'll have that points jersey by my reckoning. So a couple of jerseys for XDS Astana.
Matteo, congratulations, amazing performance. The ending was the great, eh?
Yeah, but I really have to thank all my teammates. It was not easy today to control the race, also in the final, some attacks, but they did an amazing job, so yeah, really. Thanks to my team, they were incredible today.
You have an accident, and after 8 months, you came back. Is very good, eh?
Yeah, it was July last summer, but yeah, now it's back in the game. Yeah, I think I have good result, and I'm really happy.
How you see the last stage, and especially the circuit in the center of Athens?
Super nice, but not only the final circuit, of course. I think it's amazing city, but also the first part on the coast we had a little bit of time to enjoy, and it was really nice.
Thank you, congratulations again.
Yeah, congratulations from Dylan Groenewegen. Disappointed, but you have to say the fastest man won there. As we see it again, and coming around here, Jacob Alula, perfect position, you have to say. Coming up to 500 metres to go, but unfortunately, I think it said it live at the time, Dylan Groenewegen was in the perfect position. He had 2 riders in front of him, but unfortunately Moschetti was there on his wheel. Gleb Syriza moved up. I think Gleb Syriza eventually finished in 3rd place there. At this stage, it's all about, you know, the lead out and the legs, and Lucas Meeskets goes into this corner with, or this curve with 200 metres to go, and it was time to open up for Groenewegen, and it was perfect for him, but unfortunately Moschetti just had enough speed to come over the top, and in the end won that quite convincingly. Gleb Syriza finished in 3rd place, so it's as you were in the first stage. It's a totally same top three as we had in the first stage. So Dylan Groenewegen opens up. At this stage, you would think that if he's got the power and the speeds, he could have held off. Nothing. There was no opening and closing doors. It was just Moschetti was that bit quicker. So unfortunately, Jaco Lula are coming away with one stage win, and it's not with their sprinter Dylan Groenewegen, the Dutch champion. So Moschetti wins there. I think that rider there for AT&T was the rider I said, Boguslawski in 4th place. Also Bela Vojcic was up there. Nice to see. I think it's Periccioni also up there. Santi, Konishev, Arvanatu, I think it was. There you go. Confirmed results. Moschetti wins his second stage, 1st and 5th of this year's Tour of Hellas. Groenewegen the second, Syriza, Boguslawski, Bela Vojcic was in 5th place. But good to see riders up there that we haven't really kind of talked about. Arvanatu finishes 9th, Bouglis in 10th. So the Greek champion finishes 9th, his teammate finishes in 10th. So good result for the Greeks in this final stage. A couple of riders in top 10. Okay, we're looking over the Acropolis. A very exciting edition of the Tour of Hellas this year. And some beautiful vistas, plenty of tourists and plenty of sunshine for the riders. We just heard from Moschetti. He did have the opportunity to have a look at the scenery, but no chance on this finishing circuit. It was a little bit tricky. It went round it very, very quickly. Today's gone very, very quickly, I have to say. An average of 43.6 kilometres. But we have concluded the Tour of Hellas for the 20th edition. And Harold Lopez has added his name to the list of winners. So no doubt we'll hear from some of the riders as we await the presentation. You see the Acropolis looming high over the square here, and there we have the 20th edition of the Tour of Hellas. Harold Lopez wins, Anton Schiffer second place, Adrian Mayer in 3rd place, courtesy of the last sprint there. Release in 4th, Strussy in 5th, Camprubi in 6th, Han van Hoek in 7th, Ricardo Zoido, Janis Peter and Thomas Prideaux rounds off the top 10. So a fitting end to this year's race. Spectacular city centre with the Acropolis above. It's only about a few hundred metres away. I witnessed, these are new guards by the way, the guards I had changed at 11 o'clock in the ceremony. They have a very unique style of marching. I was privy to see that this morning, just by myself. And while we wait for the podium, you can enjoy these vistas as we look across the Acropolis, which means the highest point extremity, 5th century BC. Several ancient buildings within. Parthenon, a temple dedicated to the goddess of Athena, associated with wisdom, war and handcraft. As you saw previously, Lacey did take that points jersey. Carbonic confirmed as the King of the Mountains. Radcliffe moved up to 6th. This young rider, Thomas Prideaux, well, he had over 3 minutes in advantage at the start of the day and he kept that. So that concludes the 20th edition of the Tour of Hellas. Harold Lopez, the Ecuadorian from XDS Astana, takes overall victory. His teammate Alesi takes the points. Carboni, the Italian rider for Unibet Titama, takes the King of the Mountains. And Prideaux takes the best young rider. Thanks for joining me. My name is Brian Smith. I've loved it in Greece. And hopefully you have safe travels, and we will see you next year at the Tour of Hellas. Thank you and goodbye.
Πέρυσι στο ΕΤΑΠ, αυτό το σημερινό ΕΤΑΠ, πέρυσι ήταν τέταρτος.
You can go. Ik heb nog een procedure, want alles is juist. Nu is dat voorbeeld. Het is één de waard, hoe is het? Ja, op links. Dan kunnen we de witte.